Okay. move forward. Sure.
Yeah.
There's always room for improvement. Can I go up? Okay, forum. And that's not oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The time is 6:01 on this, the 20th day of July 2022, and I call this meeting of the Laredo College Board of Trustees to order. If I can have Mr. Delgado say the prayer, and then Mr. Martinez, the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Can everybody please stand?
Loving and gracious God, you are indeed the giver of all good gifts. And we thank you today for all your blessings, for the successful outcomes of our college events, and for all of our faculty, staff, and our students. We ask that you bless them abundantly as we continue to seek your wisdom, guidance, courage, and strength. Be with us in our deliberations and help us to be wise in the decisions that we make for the good of all those who have placed their trust and their confidence in our leadership. Keep us from short-sightedness and pettiness, and help us to make decisions that are for the good of all those and guard us from blind self-interest. Dear Lord, grant us the humility to always seek your will in all that we do and all that we say. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mrs. Ramos, can you please call roll? Yes, ma'am. Lupita Cepeda, present. Jorge J.D. Delgado,
Present.
Jackie Levin Ramos, present. Cynthia Mares, absent. Mercurio Martinez,
Present.
Dr. Henry Carranza,
Present.
Esteban Rangel, absent. Karina Elizondo,
Present.
Tita Cantuvela, absent. Madam Chair, you have a quorum. Thank you. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The next item I have is approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of July 6, 2022.
So move, Madam Chair.
I have a motion by Mr. Martinez, and I have a second by Mrs. Ramos. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item we have is public testimony. Do we have any public testimony? Okay. Thank you. Next item we have is recognitions, communications, introduction of personnel, and new personnel actions for the month. 5A is esports update, Mr. Carmelino Castillo.
As Mr. Castillo is making his way to the podium, Madam Chair and distinguished board members, we have some extremely good news that we'd like to share with all of you about our esports organization.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Ramirez, administration, and guests. My name is Carmelino Castillo Jr., Associate Dean of Student Engagement and Athletics for the record. And it's my pleasure this evening to provide you an update regarding our esports program that was approved by the board on April the 1st. As you can see right here in the presentation, that is our official esports logo that our team will be using moving forward. Right. Now, you may be asking, who do we play against here in esports? Well, as a matter of fact, we play against the whole United States, right? Based on 2-year level colleges. So as you can see here, we have programs and colleges ranging from New Hampshire, New York, Florida, California, as far north as Washington, North Dakota, Minnesota. So all our students that are participating in esports really play not only against students here from the state of Texas, but really around the nation. But more importantly, if you notice here, this map represents when esports started back in 2019 with the National Juniors Collegiate Athletic Association. They only had 61 colleges, second 2-year colleges participating in it. Now it's expected that by the start of this fall semester, they're going to have over 200 colleges. Each college has an opportunity to have more than 100 to 300 members of esports. Well, Laredo College is starting on its track to build its membership up. As we continue, here are some of the titles that the students are participating in or have the opportunity to create a team in. Now, some of these titles, there are 11 titles here. Each of those 11 titles allow you to have one team in the competitive bracket and also have multiple teams in the intramural bracket. So some require 6 players, while others require 1 player. One of the popular games is the Smash Bros, which a lot of students play, and that's a 1-person competition, but for intramural, you have multiple ones. One of the more important games that our students this year selected was Valorant. Valorant is a first shooter type of game, and it requires a 5-on-5 person, and that they played every Thursday. So as we continue here, I wanted to provide you an opportunity to see the game in its entirety and how it's played.
On target. I have picture. Take on.
Well, as you notice, it requires, this particular game is a PC-based computer game, right? And so on the tracking or, for the gun display itself, it requires eye-hand coordination with the mouse. So they're really good with the mouse and pinpointing, and then to moving happens to be with the keyboard. So they're using the left hand and the right hand at the same time. But more importantly, what's really neat about esports is that our students are communicating all the time via headsets. And so they're constantly talking. As the coach for esports, I get to provide them guidance in between breaks of each of the games itself. So it's really fun, really fascinating. And I do have some more athletes that I'll introduce a little bit later on in the presentation. But as we move forward, these are our athletes that I was referring to. We had, out of the group that we did some recruitment, these are the 8 students that qualified for the Esports Program. We had Mr. Rick Cruz, Manuel Peralta, Zenilin Ramirez, Christopher Cervantes, Ramiro Barrera, Diego Castillo, Alejandro Olivo, and Raimundo Jimenez. Now, these particular students met the qualifications for esports, which happens to be a 2.0 GPA and 12 hours registered. Out of we did recruit quite a bit of students to participate, and I have some data here. We recruited 20 traditional students to join esports and 8 dual enrollment students for esports. That is correct. Dual enrollment can't participate in esports. And so we're right now working on increasing our dual enrollment participation. However, as we mentioned, there are some qualifications for esports, and that happens to be a 2.0 in 12 hours. So out of the 18 members at the end of the spring semester, they averaged a 2.71 GPA. They registered for 13.375 hours, and we officially have 2 students that are graduating, that have graduated this May, transitioning to Texas A&M University International, and participating and applying into the esports program there. So those great numbers, but more importantly, we have an esports official store where 5% of the proceeds go back to the esports program to help fund their events. So if the audience would like to take their phone, they can scan the QR code, they'll take you to the esports store, or if you'd like to join us in our Twitch when we're playing, you can go ahead and scan and view the competition live via our Twitch feed. So these are great incentives, great opportunities that our students have. Now, this is the team. This is our esports team, and gentlemen, please rise. And I have 4 or 8 players here. Now, one thing that I did mention that I went by pretty quick is I forgot to show the slide. During April 1st till May 18th, we participated in Valor as intramural. These 4 gentlemen, along with the other 4 gentlemen that participated in esports, were very starting off with learning how to play Valor. Through their hard work and determination, they played against 32 teams. And at the end of the season, they placed 10th. And we're not talking about 10th in just the state of Texas, 10th in the United States. So that's 10th. This shows that we have a strong foundation in esports, and we're going to continue the success and build more on esports and bring more students here on campus. But more importantly, it allows us to recruit our local high school students to come to Laredo College to participate in esports.
Madam Chair, would the board like to take a photograph with our esports champions?
Yes. Before we take the picture, I'd like to recognize Mrs. Tita Vela, who's one of our warden. Sorry, I muted but Mrs. Tita Vela has joined our meeting.
Is there any questions?
I don't. Okay, I remember when
Recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
thank you, when esports was just introduced by Dr. Solis, I remember he didn't know it that they were required to participate numerous hours. How often do they meet? How long are the tournaments? Can you give us a little bit more detail?
Definitely.
Thank you.
The team pretty much practices for about an hour, an official hour, but that is the official hour that they practice with me, as far as me being the coach. Then at that point, they've actually practiced a little bit longer. It goes anywhere during the weekdays. They'll practice maybe about 2 hours, 3. But in the practicing, they're not only practicing with themselves, but they're actually competing against other teams. Not part of the Generation Esports, which is the league that they're part of the NJCAA, but competing against others from around the world. So it's not just the United States NCAA competition, but it's against the world. And so they do practice anywhere about 10 hours per week. However, they're also going to tutoring. And our group happens to be a very diverse group. We have students that are in the workforce program and the academic program, and also in the transfer program. So it's a very diverse group, and they find the time to come together and to practice.
And in my experience, if I may add, thank you, ma'am. If I may add, I have one of those techie nerd sons. They play till not 2 or 3 hours. They play till 2 or 3 in the morning. So, right?
Yes. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Sure thing. Definitely. I'll call into I'll call into our this year's team captain, Mr. Manuel.
Chair recognizes, Mrs. Cynthia Mattis has joined our board meeting as well. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My experience during the esports team, it was not just us playing video games, but as well as us as a team connecting with each other. We did focus as well as on mental health, connecting with each other, understanding that if we're in a tough spot, we're not alone to figure themselves out and there's just by themselves. We have yourself as a team to connect and know of each other's well-beings. We did balance our time as well to work-related stuff or school-related stuff in the semester. I myself as well, I'm involved in campus with work study as well and working out of my own time. So I did find myself time to separate from competitions on Thursdays that just for an hour to play a game as well as practicing in my free time with my teammates as well as getting coaching from Mr. Castillo.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
Manuel, right?
Yes, Manuel Peralta.
I'd like to ask you, what made you want to be a part of this team? And did you find that the college offering it to the general population, is that something that you all would want to recruit or help other people to come and join you?
I believe that esports is something that students should be involved if they're not interested in sports. It's an alternative for students who wouldn't like to participate in sports, not being physically, but playing something that they do enjoy in their time being.
And so were you happy to hear that we were offering that type of program available for students?
When I heard it from my cousin, Alejandro Olivo, he's part of my team as well. He brought it up to me as it's a new thing involved from the college, and I did want to try it out because it did sound interesting being offered from the Laredo because it was something new.
So glad to hear, and I'm glad that you're part of the team, and hopefully you can inspire others to join your team also and go to the next level.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado with the question.
The jersey that you had on your presentation, you stated that that's not purchased from the institution, correct? That's outside?
That is, yes, that is part of an esports store that we're partnering up that we receive 5% of all generated revenue from that. Would go back to the esports to help us in purchase the equipment that we need. The jerseys, along with other gear, or swag, as we like to call it, is going to be available. But at the same time, we're also working with a partnership with Handbooks to have our esports swag, yes. Our esports swag to have here at our campus poster for our students so they can also acquire and work here on campus.
Do you have a timeline as far as when that will be available?
As a matter of fact, right now the jersey is available and the t-shirts and everything by the end of the week will be available for consumer purchase. And now the other items that we're looking for as part of the other jerseys that will be available by next week. So we're wanting to get this up and going and really showcase esports for the incoming freshmen, but more importantly for the incoming students of our community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you. Congratulations. The next item we have is 5B 2022 Lewis Stokes Center for Promotion of Academic Careers, LSPAC, Models Diversity in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, STEM, Conference and other recognitions. Ms. Rosemary Alvaro Riojas.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Ramirez, Dr. Rodriguez, and other executive officers in attendance. I am here today very excited to share some great information with you. 10 of our students were selected to present at the 2022 Lewis Stokes Center for Promotion of Academic Centers Models Diversity in STEM Conference from July 21st to July 24th in New Orleans, Louisiana. These students were selected based on submitting a 300-word abstract. that they had worked on throughout the previous year with our amazing faculty from the mathematics and science departments and computer technology. So they submitted the abstract, was selected via email, they were notified, and traveled to the conference to represent Laredo College. Actually, those 10 students are actually here and right over there. I do want to make note that the conference is funded by the National Science Foundation, and they were generous enough to pay for the hotel accommodations for our students. So we had Ms. Vivian Andrade, Rebecca Parra, Raquel Puig, Ms. Maria Cervantes Abrego, Mr. Manuel Peralta, who is also part of the esports, Mr. Eric Herrera, who is in absentia today, Ms. Daniela Castro, Ms. Julie Martinez, Ms. Elizabeth Robles, who at the moment cannot be here because she's also doing other great things for her institution and for herself, and Ms. Dominique Guillen. The conference in and itself was a great success because it allowed our students to showcase what Laredo College has to offer and the great opportunities that they have for undergraduate research. The students made a great impact and impression on individuals at the conference that this representative from the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory from Washington State personally invited them to tour their laboratory this coming fall term. I am actually waiting for her email so that we are able to finalize the travel arrangements for our students. Of course, they have to go through the background checks and all that good stuff, but we are very, very excited for our students, especially because as undergraduate research students or undergraduates, they don't have the opportunity to do undergraduate research.
Wonderful. Awesome. Congratulations. Can we take a picture? Absolutely.
No. It's about them. No. Es algo cobrando.
One, two, three, smile. Three, smile. Thank you.
I did want to make note, it completely slipped my mind, and I do apologize. I want to thank our undergraduate research coordinator, Ms. Gabriela Solis Cavazos, because she is instrumental in making all of this happen for our students. Yeah, another exciting thing that is happening for one of our students is one of our students has been selected as a recipient for the Texas Space Grant Scholarship, Columbia Crew Memorial Undergraduate Scholarship for an amount of $1,500 that is awarded through NASA. So Ms. Brianna Montemayor, who's right over there in the back, was selected. She is a computer drafting and design student here. And she has also been selected and is currently working on a summer paid internship with Texas A&M University Kingston.
Some more congratulations.
And a final one, just to wrap it up, we have 3 students that have been selected to participate in the NASA Mural Internship Program that is actually taking place right now at the University of Texas at Austin. They are there as we speak. We have Mr. Eduardo Barbarena, Mr. Pablo Granger, and Ms. Elizabeth Robles. And I want to give kudos to Ms. Elizabeth Robles because she made it work. She was doing her internship and made it a point to also go present her research in New Orleans. They are getting paid a $5,000 stipend check for the research, and it is broken down in 3 payments. I believe the second payment is out, and they are also given food allocation so that they're able, and they've made arrangements for the students for allocation for housing. One of our students, Mr. Eduardo Barbarena, has already received an employment opportunity through the University of Texas at Austin because he will be transferring there in the fall.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Impressive.
Any questions? We're gonna go to the next item is 5C, American flag presentation, Dr. Minita Ramirez.
And actually, Madam Chair, I'm gonna call on, Dr. David Ariasola and Mr. Javier Cano.
Mr. Cano's not.
Is Officer Alvarez here with us?
Mr. Cano.
Mr. Alvarez, you wanna join the podium, please? Dr. Ariasola's team actually worked with Mr. Alvarez to make this a possibility, so I'm gonna let them present, their information.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Ramirez, David Ariasola, Vice President for Compliance and Risk Management for the record. Over the last couple of months, I've had the pleasure of working with and meeting Mr. Alvarez on this kind of initiative that he took up. He,
The police officers as well to join.
Mr. Alvarez, took it upon himself to dedicate a flag to Laredo College, right? Is that the right word, Mr. Alvarez? Yeah. I think I'm going to defer to him because he's very, very eloquently
Ladies and gentlemen, couple of minutes. He said real quick, okay, real quick. Our flag, which is a beacon around the world and a testament of the defender and protector of democracy. This flag flew over a foreign country May the 10th this year in honor of mothers who served and sacrificed through their children. For there's no other love greater than he who gives his life for God and country. Our flag was escorted to the Laredo College and flown Fort McIntosh Cemetery by the Marine Corps Embassy Guards. In honor of those valiant who served and sacrificed unselfishly for God and country. After 30 days of flying over the cemetery, our flag was lowered to be framed and displayed in appreciation to Laredo College for all that Laredo College has done to help our hero veterans. May the service and sacrifice of the men and women like David Bartley Cantu, Rodrigo Rodriguez, David D. Espinosa, and many, many others. So many, we cannot mention all of them. They all gave some, but some gave their all. As we stand in reverence, let us remember the freedom, liberty, justice for all that this flag stands for we live, fight, defend, and die for. May the Lord look upon us with admiration for the good that we did and forgive what we have failed to do. Let the service and sacrifice not have been in vain. We are consecrated as one in fellowship in the past, present, and the future to serve and sacrifice for each other to make this a United States, the land of the free, because of the free.
So we had a presentation of the actual flag and the plaque to Ms. Cepeda and to myself earlier this month, and we're going to proudly, we had a pedestal made for the boardroom itself, and we're going to put this flag here permanently in the boardroom so that it will always be here. There is supposed to be 2 photographs, one before and one after, that we're going to add to the flag box that we're going to proudly keep here in perpetuity. Pardon me. The plaque reads, "Let it be known that this flag of the United States of America was flown over the United States Consulate General Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, on the 10th of May in the year of our Lord, 2022. This flag is presented to Laredo College. This flag is given with great pride from the Marine Security Guard Detachment, Siempre Fidelis, okay. And it is signed, Staff Sergeant Benjamin T. Feeney and Special Agent Benjamin E. Daniels, our Regional Security Officer. And so we're gonna place this back here right now. We're gonna hang this flag in front of that church. Okay. So hopefully, so I'm gonna see you join us for a photograph here with our board. We also have a, go ahead, you all go right ahead, I'm just gonna keep going. We also have a slide show that Mr. Ricardo Niguez prepared for us of the flag and the presentation. We're going to put that on our website. And so we'll have that also available to the public and the community to see how we work together with our veterans and certainly our employees to get these kinds of memorials on our campus, as our campus is a historical site as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Thank you, Dr. Edison.
Thank you.
Chair would like to recognize Mr. Esteban Rangel has joined our board meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next item I have is 5D, Laredo College President, Investiture and Convocation Activities, Dr. Minita Ramirez.
And this is just for your information. We placed the final agenda for the activities on August 15th, beginning in the morning at 9 a.m. with the investiture, and then in the afternoon with our convocation. We hope that all of our board members will be in attendance that day. We will start with a short little coffee in the morning at 9, and then we will start the procession in the MFA at 10 o'clock in the morning and proceed with the ceremony, and then we'll have lunch for all of the employees at noon in the Kazan Center, and then at 1:30 we'll begin the employee convocation back in the MFA. And so we're very excited about welcoming everyone back, especially the faculty who haven't been on campus. Most of the faculty hasn't been here over the summer, but certainly that is our first day. And then the rest of the week, the different departments and colleges will have their their trainings and opportunities to get ready for the fall semester as we kick off on August the 22nd with our first class day. So just, this is for your information, please. You can read that at your leisure.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. Next item I have is 5E, Introduction of Personnel Actions. Dr. Ramirez.
Yes, ma'am. This month we have 4 new hires. With us here in the audience is Ms. Brenda S. Escamilla. Please stand and be recognized. She's a teaching assistant in the South, and her date of hire was July 18th. Welcome to our Palomino family.
Welcome.
And we have 3 other hires. I'll just mention their names. They couldn't be with us this evening. Ms. Vilma A. Flores, that's a promotion. She's now a teacher on the South Campus. Mr. Virgilio J. Cantu, a new hire. He's works in the bursar's office. He's an accountant. And Ms. Claudia Sanchez, a new hire, a faculty secretary in the Allied Health Department of the South Campus. So they could not attend today, but they are part of our new our staff.
Well, welcome. Welcome to Laredo College. Congratulations. The next item I have is the Faculty Senate Report. Cash Masahani.
Thank you for your patience. For the record, Prakash Mansinghani, Faculty Senate President, Associate Professor of Government. And good evening, Madam President of the Board, Madam President of the College, staff, administrators, faculty, and community members. I feel like I need a picture with the board and some awards after that. Hard acts to follow. So I won't take offense if I don't get a photo afterwards. A couple of things in my report. I know you know our leadership team already, but I think it's good to continue to remind you all of who the leadership team is, as the leadership team will continue to expand and others may take roles. So good to introduce them over. Ms. Victoria Rodriguez, who's not here today, is our Vice President. Ms. Leticia Spillane is our Secretary, and I continue to serve as the President of the Faculty Assembly. The first thing that I want to talk about very briefly are some of the accomplishments that we've seen over the pandemic and then after the pandemic, some of the faculty that I've highlighted before that I haven't had the chance to highlight, but I'd like to re-highlight them as we come in, as Dr. Ramirez mentioned, in the fall all together and reintroduce some of the faculty who've been instrumental in achieving recognition for our college. Our ranking professor, Ms. Diana Espinosa, was recently awarded the Paul Harris Award. Ms. Leticia Spillane was recently awarded the nominee for the Jefferson Award, and she was recognized for that. Mr. Diana Kelly, a while back, was awarded the School Bell Award. Dr. Orlando Patricio was awarded the Minnie Piper Stevens Award and the NISOT Award, along with Dr. Carolina Ramos. And faculty at Laredo College continue to be involved in a number of community affairs, including the Texas Association of Chicanos in Higher Education, the Laredo Rotary Club, as you know, the Liberty Volunteers, the Boys and Girl Scouts, to name just a few of the various organizations that our faculty contribute to across the community. And it's also a requirement that they get involved in community affairs as part of their evaluation. And it has many other facets as well. We know through the leadership of our president of the board, the faculty also participated through the search process to select our finalists and our current president. So we're very happy to continue to talk about those efforts. And then, of course, during the pandemic, we also saw quite a bit of excellence, academic excellence, not only among our students, but among the faculty in leading them. And we are aware that there were some issues with online learning from students and faculty, but overall, the success rates, if you recall from a few years ago, were pretty high in the spring of 2020. In fact, a little bit higher than some of the years before. And we continue to see those successes. We can see we saw over 90% success rates in the classroom, even in the midst of a pandemic. And this was when the pandemic broke out. And so in the end, we were able, and we still see continued success rates since then. That's not an anomaly, it's a continuance that we see amongst our faculty. So I did want to spend a moment highlighting some of the awards. Now, the next item I'm going to get into is the one that I'm glad everyone's sitting down for, which is we know that the budget is coming up for reconsideration in August. And so certainly don't want to wait till the last minute to talk to the board and to the administration and to the community about what the faculty is hoping in terms of that budget. We do have our finance committee. I want to reintroduce you to the members. It includes our vice president, secretary, and myself. But other professors from the college are involved, including our professors of psychology, accounting, history, and mathematics, Dr. Gleason, Dr. Ramirez Cruz, Ms. Alma Perez Lopez, Ms. Diana Espinosa, Mr. Cesar Santos, and of course, the leadership of the Faculty Senate. So they came together to put together some proposals for salary increases. And again, that being said, these are salary increases proposals for all employees, not just for faculty. I don't think it would respect this podium, which you have given me to speak to you all, to then just come and talk about one employee and one employee only, when in fact this ship requires all employees to work closely together for it to continue to sail. So we speak for all employees on that matter. As you know, most of the information you see up here is information, especially with LISD, UISD, and WCI's Web County Consolidated. All of them saw some nominal or not so nominal increases with LISD, UISD. I won't get into the individuals, we all saw that in the views. And we speak to the board members, former board members in those institutions. And so we know what those institutions, we saw at Web County a 10% increase, we saw at UISD a 1,600 increase, and a one-time payment of 2,000, 1,000 one-time payment at LISD, and so forth. Again, coming back to Laredo College, no employee at Laredo College, as you all know, is eligible for a pay increase without a satisfactory performance rating or better. And we have had employees that were ineligible. I've had employees come to me, upset that they didn't get their salary increase because, of course, they were, either hadn't worked full time in the acceptance period, or they had not received their satisfactory rating. And it's certainly a merit-based increase. So again, as I turn the slide here, again, main seated. Before I do show you that, one of the last two slides here today, you keep in mind this is a proposal, a starting point. I would be derelict in duty if I didn't come here with what I believe the faculty deserve. And what in the end becomes a reality, something we've worked together to achieve. That said, here is the figures that the Faculty Senate has looked at. Now you will notice there's two different sections here. There's a cost, and it's a little hard to see, so I'll tell you, you have it in front of you. There is a cost of living adjustment, and there is a merit-based increase. Some certainly have talked about why the difference between the two. Ultimately, it's the same thing. Both are salary increase. You can put them together. You can throw them separately. The only difference here is like the conversation we see with taxes. And that is, if you only give employees a salary increase, you may in fact not necessarily be giving a salary increase because of inflation, right? You might be actually keeping them at the nominal rate. You might be keeping them at what they've actually already earned. $100 didn't buy what $100 bought last year, kind of thing. And so that's why we like to kind of separate the two, but ultimately they come in a package one way or the other. We do see, as you all know, the inflation rates crippling our nation. We saw the consumer price index at the highest rate since 1981, which was close to 9%. And then we saw energy price index rise close to 35%. The price index for food rose 12%, which is the highest since 1979. And shelter prices for homes and so forth rose to nearly 66%, since 1991. That was the highest increase. And as a result of all of these realities, we know that the Social Security Administration gave a 6% increase, which was the highest in 40 years. And the best analysts are predicting that they're going to do something that is the highest in all time, which is close to 9%. So we certainly have discussed this proposal of a 5% cost of living adjustment in the past. It's nothing new. We talked about it before. Hopefully, and then you have a salary increase as well for those who receive a satisfactory performance. I'm not like unrealistic in the sense that I think that you can find a hat and pull something out of the hat that's not in the hat. So I know we're going to have to sit down and we're going to have to figure out something that is doable and achievable. And I look forward to meeting whoever wants to meet with me to find that figure that we can support. But I hope we're able to meet the employees' needs when it comes to the economy. And I know it's a tough job, but I look forward to working again with everyone to achieve the number that we can settle upon. Last but not least, I just wanted to bring your attention to one other issue that I've been working on. As I mentioned before, at the Center of Teaching Excellence and Learning, where we focus on the faculty's professional development, one of the things that we're focusing on for the fall is, and you'll hear from the administration on this a little bit more detailed later, is going to be the focus on what we call open resources. And I just attended, as I had mentioned to you all at the last board meeting, a summit in Boston on behalf of what's called the Regional Leaders of Open Education Network. And in there, I outlined the plan that Laredo College is putting together, a potential strategic plan to commit ourselves to offering students more open education resources. And to put it simply, open education resources are textbooks that are provided at no cost to a student. And these books also allow students, they also allow faculty to add in content into those books since they're open source. The research that I have in front of me have shown that the high cost of textbooks have shown to have a very adverse effect on student outcomes in multiple studies. And that in fact, students have reported not purchasing textbook for their classes due to a cost and dropping classes when they found the textbooks to be too expensive, or taking less classes when the cost of textbooks were too high. A number of institutions that I met with in Boston last week have committed themselves to providing more open resources to their students and have saved their students hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And I will say this in conclusion, and you'll hear more about this in the days ahead. Some faculty have been concerned about the scholarship of open education textbooks, but it is Rice University in Texas who's responsible for creating a repository of these books called OpenStax. So the scholarship has improved significantly. And should a faculty member question the scholarship, open education resources allow you to author, who then is the expert, but the faculty member. We created the content for the publishers and made them rich. It's time to take that content back and empower our students to imagine a new future for themselves by being able to complete graduation sooner by taking more classes. So I look forward to leading that in any way that I can. There are others who will be leading that as well, in my capacity as a professor or as a leader of the faculty senate. So certainly wanted to get you all as excited as I am about open education. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
So the next item is number 7, the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, make a motion for formal approval of items 7A through 7F.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Martinez and I have a second by Mr. Rangel. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, there. I need to take it back because, oh, okay. Did somebody have a question?
No other motion.
No, Ms. Vela said no. Ms. Maris?
No.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. For item 7A, 7B, 7C, 7D, 7E, and 7F.
Just a point of an announcement on item number 7F. On August the 2nd at 10 o'clock, we were pending your approval. We will have a formal signing with the Consulado Mexicano on the IMI-Becas agreement. They will be giving us the $7,000 and we're going to match it with $7,000 to support 14 $1,000 scholarships for our students. And so, you all are welcome to join us. Please put it on your calendars, Tuesday, August the 2nd at 10 o'clock in the morning. And we're going to do that in the Falcon Room.
Okay. Thank you. The next item is discussion of number 8, discussion of possible action. So, discussion of possible action concerning the following matters related to the appraisal roll and tax rate. So the next items on the agenda for tonight's meeting are for discussion of possible action. Item 8A is separated into 3 parts and deals with the appraisal roll and property tax rate. Item 8A reads as follows. Discussion of possible action concerning the following matters related to the appraisal roll and tax rate. So 8A would be approve the 2022 certification of the appraisal roll. So, Mr. Vela?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Ramirez. For the record, says Vela, Vice President of Finance. Tonight, we have Ms. Maria Elena Morales, Chief Deputy with the Webb County Tax Assessor Collector's Office.
Okay.
She will be presenting the information regarding the appraisal roll and also the anticipated collections for 2022. She will also be sharing information with the board regarding the next steps as we look forward on approving a tax rate. So I'll go ahead and defer now to Ms. Morales.
Madam President, Ms. Cepeda, and Madam President of the college, and of course, board members and distinguished guests, members of the faculty, of course, the attorneys for the college. I don't want to miss this opportunity to commend you for having such good lawyers that you hired. I really mean that sincerely. Mr. Mural, Mr. Garcia, there isn't a problem that we have that we can't deal with. Very attentive to what we ask for, very willing to discuss with us some of the issues. And I think that's very important when you have the tax office and then you have your attorneys that deal with these issues. So I'd like to commend you for that. I was kind of chuckling because the gentleman that came before me, I said, maybe perhaps he should come after me when he finds out how much money there might be, you know, because he's talking about money and the raises for faculty, which I'm sure that they all deserve. But let me start with you. Today, we will be asking you to certify the tax roll for 2022. And of all the pages that you have there, the very first page is really the most important one because it gives you a summary of what the tax roll looks like for this year. If you look at the very first part, which says total market value of $23,517,334,637, that is what is called the market value. That is what the appraisal district has said. These are the market values of all the properties in your district. Then you go through all the deductions, all those figures that total $4,693,843,965 are the exemptions. Those are your over 65, your veterans, and so on, disabled veterans and disabled persons. So then you come back, you come down to from 23 billion, it goes down to 18,823,490,672. Then you have what is called the limit value, and then you come down to your adjusted value. So your adjusted value for the year 2022 is 17,521,406,549 is your adjusted, what was called the adjusted taxable value. All of that information is contained in all the pages that you have, but that is basically the most important items that we have to select so we can bring out, you know, what is in essence, your taxable value. And that is what we're calling upon you to certify today as your taxable value. And as you all well know, we go through this every year. This starts the process of you setting your tax levy for this year, for the next year. So I would ask Madam President, if you could.
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Wait. So we have questions right now. Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
I apologize. Actually, I'm gonna make a motion.
Oh, okay. So there's a specific motion. So I've asked someone to do the specific motion. So legal counsel has advised the board to take separate action on each item. I call for a motion on item 8A1. Mr. Delgado.
I move to approve the certification of the 2022 appraisal roll as presented by Ms. Maria Elena Morales on behalf of Patricia Laredo, the Webb County Tax Assessor Collector.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Dr. Carranza has, and Mr. Martinez have both second the motion. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So now I'm going to call for the next item, which is 8A2. Approve the anticipated collections for 2022 of 100%. Mr. Vela and Ms. Marilena Morales will provide background information relating to these items.
Yes, what we do is we go through what your levy was last year and what was actually collected. And so for this year, you can safely vote that you will have a 100% collection of what based on last year's collection. And I do have a statement from Ms. Barrera that I will present to the where she, Ms. Patricia Barrera, Webb County Tax Assessor, as your collector, hereby certifies that the excess collection for your debt service last year was $80,894.89. I don't remember the specific figures, but it was somewhere around $9 million for your debt collection, and you collected more than that. So that's what your $80,000 is for your interest and sinking fund. And that further certifies that the anticipated collection rate for the taxable year 2022 is 100.75%. And that comes straight out of what you actually did collect and what you said you were going to collect. So I would like that be approved by the.
So legal counsel has advised the board to take separate action on each item. I call for a motion on item 8A2. Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the anticipated property tax collections for 2022 of 100% as presented by Ms. Morales on behalf of the Webb County Tax Assessor Collector.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Carranza. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Based on advice from counsel and the Webb County Tax Assessor, no action will be taken on item A83. No action. Mr. Muir?
Yes, Madam President, board members, I did visit with Ms. Morales about that and also Mr. Vela. And at this point, Mr. Vela may want to provide additional information, but we will not be taking or not recommending any action to be taken on item 8A3.
That's correct, but I am able to present to you at this time your voter, your no new revenue and your voter approval rate. And that is based on the TNT, and I think we passed around. It looks blue.
Yes.
And that is what we're supposed to do as the ones that do your calculations for your, so you can set your levy and you can set how much you're gonna be collecting or what is the basis of your collection rate. And the form is really based on a combination of the appraisal because you might wonder, well, some of the figures that you put in there are not necessarily what you approved as your appraised roll, tax roll for this year. And that's because this formula takes into account other issues that you deduct from it in order for you to come to what is called your tax levy for 2022. Now, I want you to look at page 2, because if you look at the last year's TNT calculations, page 2, number D, number 18D contains a new figure, and that figure is the TERS. That figure is the amount of property valuation that is going to be set aside to do that financing for the special well, here they call it tax increment financing, but it's basically for the TERS that were approved by the college, were approved by Webb County, and the city has had them for 2 years. So of the total valuation of the certified $18 billion plus dollars, 28,551,94 are going to be set aside. That's the valuation. That's not the taxes that are going to be set aside. That's the valuation. So depending on what you select to be your voter approval rate, or whatever you decide you're going to assess this year, that will be then translated into this $28 million. One thing that I was discussing with Mr. Mural and with Mr. Vela was, I'm still not very clear as to whether you put 100% of those taxes into that special tax increment, or if you only put the 40%. I understand that you will be putting 40% of that money for that program or for that special tax, and or if we put 100% and then they give us back 60. I'm still not clear, and I don't think anybody is at this point, because as you know, that is being run primarily by the city, since they already have the TERS. So I don't know if anybody knows that, but I just want that, so you be thinking about it, and so make sure that we do. And I really don't know who your representative is in that board. Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez. So just want to make sure you don't put more money than you have to, but if you do, then you have to get it back. And we have to set up also in the office how we're going to do those calculations. In other words, we're working on that with our programmer, so that when October 1st hits, then we start collecting that money. And then, we have to figure out how it's going to go, or if it's going to all go, or we're just going to retain the 60% and the 40% to go to that. I think they set up a board. Yes, and so that's how, right now it's not a problem, because the city is the only one putting money in there. And so they have it set up the way they have it set up, but now it's going to be LC and Webb County, so you're going to have 2 other entities putting money in there. But that is the difference between this year's TNT calculation on page 2. Right now, one must remember that the valuations are low because it's basically raw land. Now, once that property starts being developed, that's when you're going to get some real value as far as the values go, because you're going to have improvements, you're going to have subdivisions, and then you're going to have more of a tax base than you do right now. But basically, it's the county's a little bit more, but not that much more. Okay. Now,
Mr. Martinez, you can look out for our interest.
I'm sorry,
since you're on the board. You can look out for our interest there, since you're on the board.
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then this year, your no new revenue rate is slightly different then your voter approval rate. Now, last year, this board voted to go with a voter approval rate, which is higher than the no new revenue. But it is permissible, and you don't have to have an election if you go between your no new revenue tax rate and your voter approval rate. I had discussed with Mr. Vela earlier this week some of the tentative figures that I had gotten. We're pretty close to what I thought they would be. But if you look at the last page of the TNT, the voter approval rate is 0.288298. And the first number is 0.282009, and that's your no new revenue. So you can see that the difference is very little. In other words, it's very little. I mean, it almost means that you would go for the higher number only because it's not that much higher. You don't have a big disparity there. And last year you did go for the voter approval. If you decide that you need more money and you want to go for higher, then we have to move very fast on going into an election. Because we only have it's a very short span when you decide that. But that's your decision as a board. But those are the important figures there. I already gave and no action needs to be taken on this item, okay? All I need is to present it to you, and I have already made arrangements with Mr. Vela that this will be posted in your website tomorrow, because it must be posted so that people know what your tax rate is gonna be. It's gonna be between those, maybe higher. I don't know, that's gonna be, like I said, up to you. And I already discussed with him, and it is in this TNT, the M&O, what you need for your M&O and for your tax and for your interest and sinking, for your debt. So both figures, and the debt is very close to what I gave him earlier. I think it's 0.505. So it's very little, because as it goes, you really don't have that much debt. I mean, as other entities go, you really don't have that much debt. You're able to cover it with a small levy on the valuations. So all I need is for you to just have this be posted tomorrow. I have given both Mr. Vela and Mr. Muir a proposed timeline when things should be done from now on. And I was proposing to him that the board can set up a special meeting next Thursday so that you can discuss your proposed tax rate. Whatever it is that you're going to propose, you can do it in a special meeting. You don't have to have a regularly called meeting. Once you decide that, then we do have to put it in the newspaper, depending on what your tax rate is. If it's no new revenue, nothing has to be done other than it's the lowest, and you don't need nobody, is gonna come and say, don't give me the lowest tax rate. So from there, it's pretty smoothly, but anywhere between the no new revenue and the voter approval, we do have to post in the newspaper and give them a hearing. And then we can vote at the next regularly meeting on your tax rate. It must be at a regularly scheduled meeting, your tax rate. Any questions? Any questions? Last year, I was new at this. Last year, the new statutes came into effect. So it took us a while to get there. But this year, it was pretty smooth sailing. And by the way, everybody abandoned me this year. No. I did not realize that it was TNT time, and I granted vacation to the two people who helped me. So they're on vacation, And Ms. Barrera sends her regards. She has been under the weather. She was hoping to be here today, but was unable to.
But you did a good job.
You did a very good job, Mrs. Morales. Thank you. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
May I be excused, madam?
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you.
That doesn't run off tonight. I have a check for $174,000. Very strangely, I was bombarded with a bunch of accounts at the tax office with a change of administration. And I've been going through them and wondering, why do we have so much money in some accounts? Well, it turns out that for 3 years, for the past 3 years, 2 administrations, you were never paid your late rendition penalties. So that totaled $174,000. I do have the check. I do want to tender it to you. And
Madam Chair, may I say that our coffers are $174,000 richer? Thank you.
And that is true. And I have no idea why it was never dispersed. And you know, I thank you. I also like to commend you for your, accounting department, Ms. Linda Lopez, Mr. Vela, very helpful. And I did tell her I found money for you.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Mrs. Morales. Mr. Ella, you didn't have anything else for us?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank
We covered all the items.
you, Mr. Ella. Any other questions? Okay. 8B, approval of higher education emergency relief fund, HERF incentives, Dr. Minita Ramirez and Mr. Cesar Vela.
Yes, Madam Chair, we discussed this at both finance and student success committee meetings. It looks like we're going to have an opportunity for to have some of the HERF money spent on our students by providing meal plans. We are working with several entities at this point to try to get some support for our IDs to increase the flexibility on our IDs to be able to put some of that money on the student ID so that they can spend it both in our food service facility, our bookstore, and in our coffee shop in the library. As you all know, many of our students most of our students, our incoming new students, are used to having breakfast and lunch at school, and we want to be able to provide them with some of that support on our campus as well, as we move towards developing our on-campus community and giving them those opportunities. So we just wanted to share that with you. The final numbers will be coming up probably within the next. We'll share those with you at the next board meeting.
Motion approved. Second.
Excellent. So I have a motion to approve by Mr. Rangel. I have a question. And I have a second by Mr. Delgado. Discussion. So I have do you have a question, Ms. Vela?
No, I was gonna second.
Oh, you're in a second, okay. So I have 2 seconds. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yeah, I want to say something.
Okay.
I truly think that this is a very, very good idea. We'll bring the students, it'll bring them back on campus and stay on campus. And it helps us and helps them. And this maybe is an incentive for some vendors to come. Yeah, so
Yes,
thank you.
definitely. So I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
8C is review and approve modifications to Laredo College Board policies, DDH local, board members, conventions, conferences, and workshops, and DDG local, board members, compensation and expenses. Ms. Jackie Levin Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I bring these 2 policies up to the board. We had discussed them in our meeting, the policy meeting that took place last month, and we deferred it to this month. The only changes or the only considerations for change exist on BBG. We are adding a line item that says expenses for members attending conventions, conferences, and workshops authorized under BBG local may make trip arrangements and request reimbursement for reasonable expenses incurred for registration fees, hotel charges for the basic single room rate, transportation and meals as per college district approved by per diem. In the alternative, at the request of a board member, the college president or designee may make trip arrangements for a board member to attend authorized conventions, conferences, and workshops, and shall prepay the reasonable expenses enumerated above as provided for herein. Under the expense reimbursement, we are adding reimbursement or prepayment shall be made as follows. Number one, reimbursement for use of personal car at the mileage rate currently approved by the board or the actual cost of commercial transportation, plus parking and taxi fares and expenses for lodging, meals, and other incidental expenses. Board members shall file a statement to the extent feasible, attach receipts documenting actual expenses for which reimbursement is requested. And number two, a set amount approved in advance for reasonable expenditures to be incurred on a particular trip. This amount shall include travel, lodging, meals, and any other reasonably predictable expenditures. Board members shall file a statement with receipts accounting for amounts actually expended. Any excess shall be refunded to the college district. We are adding reporting expenses in accordance with college district travel procedures. Our receipts shall be submitted within 14 days of returning from a convention, conference, or workshop. And for BBH local, we are removing this section entitled prepaid expenses and adding a line entitled reimbursement and expenses, CBBG local for reimbursement and expenses procedures. I bring this to the board, hoping that you all agree to go ahead and make those changes. And it gives us the opportunity to have a choice whether we want to pay for the expenses first, or we want to get the college to pay for it in advance. Thank you.
So I have a motion by Mr. Ramos. I have a second by Mr. Delgado and Ms. Miller. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item is 8D, discussion concerning adding courses offered as part of the fire science curriculum that qualify for tuition exemptions under Chapter 54 of the Texas Higher Education Code. Mr. Jorge Delgado? Oh, JD.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and board members, I am bringing this up as an update to our current curriculum. We definitely want to thank the administration and faculty for their assistance in including additional programs for the firefighter tuition exemption programs that's under Chapter 54 of the law. Some of these programs, Dr. Money, if I can refer to Dr. Maricela to list the programs.
Sure. Chair recognizes Dr. D.
Oh, I have them here written. You have the same? Okay, all right. I take that back. It's the EMT basic certification, the EMT paramedic, Associate of Applied Science, the Emergency Management, Associate of Applied Science, Fire Science Technology, Associate of Applied Science, Criminal Justice, Associate of Associate Applied Science. There you go. And this is to help encourage our men and women, our first responders, to engage in these programs, as well as what's provided under tuition exemption under Chapter 54 of the Texas Higher Education. And I motion, I'll ask my colleagues to motion to approve.
So I have a motion by.
A second.
I have a motion by Ms. Ramos to approve. And I have a second by Ms. Vela and Ms. Maris. Any discussion? No. I'd like to recognize Mr. Rangel.
Yeah, do we have staff, or are we asking for additional staff for these courses?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Marisela Rodriguez Tijerina, the Vice President of Academic Affairs. We currently have a firefighters exception program that only includes the emergency response programs. So Mr. Delgado is requesting the board to add the new programs that we currently got approved by THECB, which is the emergency response and both fire science programs.
So the same professors are going to be teaching
different professors with the new programs that already were approved by both THCCB and SAC COC. We will be having both full-time and adjuncts to help with the fire science programs. Those already were in effect and budgeted for the fall of 2022. And so the only thing is adding the new program, what is being requested today. We already have the procedures, and so what happens if the board approves these additional programs, then Dr. David will send the request to THCCB. Once we get the notification, then we'll officially add them, and then we can make an announcement to all the firefighters of the new programs that are added to the tuition exception program.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Any other questions? So I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Tijerina.
Thank you, everyone.
Next item is 8E, scheduled date for level 3 grievance hearings. I know filed by 2 professional employees, Dr. Minita Ramirez.
Yes, and I'm gonna call on our legal counsel, Mr. Mural. We're, just to give you a little bit of background, we're at a grievance level where the board will have to hear the grievance, and so we need to schedule that. We need a date to schedule this, and so it's not a matter for discussion, it's a matter of when would you all like to do it? Am I correct, Mr. Mural?
Yes, Madam President, that is correct. The merits of the grievances, if you will, filed by the employees will be something you'll address during the level 3 hearing. Should not really be discussed until then, but I think the idea is to select a date when the board members can meet.
Will this be a special board meeting?
It is up to the board and college president, whatever works for your schedules, a special board meeting would work. And if you do decide to have another special, you can combine, in other words, that special board meeting with something else in addition to just the speech.
Okay. So we can go ahead and look at dates with Dr. Ramirez, and then she can go ahead and check with all of us to see when the majority can be available, so we can go ahead and schedule.
We will need to have a special board meeting this coming month anyway, so we could add this item to the special board meeting that we're gonna schedule anyway.
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to bring it up to make sure that everyone was aware.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
So the meeting would be 2 separate meetings within one? If we have to have a special meeting for the taxes and so forth.
Right.
So that would be one, and we finish that one, and then we can start the grievance.
I think it would just be both items on one agenda.
Can they be both on the same?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Do we need to
Vote on it?
Mr. Mayor?
No, I don't select the date tonight. I
Okay.
think that
So we'll
the
work on
discussion
that.
is sufficient.
Okay.
As long as
Any
it's
other
not-
questions?
Sorry, as long as it's not on the 15th.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. That would be very good.
Questions? Okay. So I'll go to the number 9, information items. The first one is 9A, presentation and discussion of the external review of Laredo College enrollment management, recruitment, and marketing departments by Ruffalo Noel Levitz. Dr. Minita Ramirez.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. And we discussed this also at the student services meeting. I'd like to call on our external reviewer, Mrs. Heather Cruz. She is the regional representative for Ruffalo Noel Levitz, who is the leading enrollment management company in the state. The company is national. It's a national organization that I've worked with before. It's a nationally recognized organization that supports community colleges and universities across the country in developing best practices for enrollment management. As we discussed at the committee meeting, there are some agenda items that we're going to get to in a little bit, but ideally we have an overview from an external site of some of our practices that need some alignment. And so I asked her to be here today to share them with you. You have a presentation that she has provided all of you with some slides for your review and for you to keep. So, Mrs. Cruz?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Directors, Trustees, President Dr. Benito Ramirez, Laredo College staff, students, and faculty. So thank you all for allowing me the time to be here today. My name is Heather Cruz. I'm a Vice President and Consultant at RNL. A little bit about RNL. We have been in the higher education industry for over 50 years. We are a leader amongst many of the other colleagues. Our mission is to make colleges successful so that you can recruit, enroll, and retain students, but more importantly, graduate them. We work with campuses throughout the nation, really to start from the consulting process to make sure they have the fundamentals in place to be successful. One of the aspects that RNL is known for is our organizational opportunity assessment analysis. One of the things that we do is we work with campuses throughout the nation to really conduct these analyses. They are very popular, and there's a long wait list of time to get on the agenda. Part of the reason is because we impact so many opportunities and areas for improvements to really make the college successful and achieve their goals. So when we're going through this opportunity analysis, we research the campus extensively before we come onto campus, but then we spend time on campus. So I spent about 2 days last week on campus, really meeting with various departments, key services, students, deans, faculty, and the executive leadership team. Once we're done, I go back and create a thorough assessment of the findings. I have produced a high-level overview for the board, but if you're interested in seeing the findings, please feel free to email me with my contact information on there. So it's very common for new presidents to reach out to us, maybe like in their first, second year, to really uncover like what's going on the campus. However, I think we'd all agree that Laredo College has received a tenacious president who is very eager and well respected in the higher education field in Texas and nationally. So in full disclosure, I did one of these at TMU about 4.5 months ago. So we came onto campus and did the same assessment. When Dr. Ramirez learned about her new role at Laredo College, she said, I need on this ASAP. I need to get on your calendar. So we did what we could and we were here. So I spent 2 great days on Laredo College and, the hospitality was wonderful. So I'm going to share some insights, that I found through that. However, with Dr. Ramirez taking on this role, right, one of her strategic initiatives is increase in enrollment, right? That's one of the biggest things that you want to focus in on. And after being on campus, I know it's possible. You have the fundamentals to do that. The people care about Laredo College. It's just we got to get some things in place to get to the next level. So right now, I don't know if you're familiar with the demographic shift in higher education, but let me take a moment to explain that to you. Nationwide, campuses or states are decreasing in graduation rate. But guess what? In our great state of Texas, by the way, I live in Austin, Texas, so let me just give you that. I'm native of San Antonio. Across the nation, they're decreasing in graduation rates. But guess what? In Texas, we are increasing in graduation rates. So what does that mean? That means institutions in other states are placing regional recruiters here in Texas to recruit our students. Because guess what? Their goal is to recruit Hispanic students, first gen, low income, to meet those HSI requirements, right? So Laredo College really needs to act now to really infiltrate their market share and really attract those students and enroll them. So the time to act is now. So I'm going to share some insights in the review of the organizational analysis to kind of really give you a high-level overview of some of the recommendations from campus and also how we can help and maybe the next steps. So 3 overarching things that I found throughout the time here at Laredo College, that there's a lack of goals, key performance indicators, and performance metrics to be successful. Goals and metrics need to be set based on the market data, and that has not been done. Laredo College really needs a strong strategic plan to really prioritize and focus their resources on strategies that will help enroll, retain, but more importantly, graduate successful graduates and get them into the workforce to give back. Incorporating key performance indicators is always the key. And then just really a reorganization and realignment of the enrollment management and student success services to really kind of bridge that gap that the students are facing when they come to Laredo College. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through the different areas. So the next one that I'm gonna talk about is recruitment, marketing, admissions, and the registrar. And these are gonna be some high-level observations that I saw. So one of the things is it's imperative for these offices to work together in order to be successful. You know, these campuses, these offices need to offer excellent customer service to the students that they serve. And I'm going to be very transparent. There was a lot of silos on campus and a lot of finger pointing, and that cannot continue, especially if you want to give excellent customer service to these students deserve. There's no recruitment or strategic enrollment plan currently in place in order to achieve the growth that you want to see and to be sustainable. There are no key performance indicators or performance metrics or enrollment reports shared with the campus community, right? Recruitment isn't just one office, it's the whole campus. Laredo College needs to invest in a CRM to enhance current communication processes and decrease the manual efforts they're using. With the CRM, you can create different strategies utilizing targeted communications for students, parents, and high schools. So, you know, earlier we were talking about esports. This would be a great initiative, right? If you track all the students that are interested in esports, and once they apply, you send them a generated automated email that says, this is why you should come to Laredo College, because of esports. That's not happening now. Lots of manual processes, lots of spreadsheets. We need to be more efficient and effective in the students we serve. I'm going to give you an example of the college enrollment funnel that Laredo College gave me. When you look at this funnel, you see inquiries, applications, completed applications, admits, no enrolled. I'm going to give you an example of what a fully functioning funnel should look like. You should know the conversion rate of the students that are applying, that are enrolling, and that are not. You should be targeting those students to inquire about the campus. I'll give you an example. There's so many avenues to capture these students, even just in talking with the South Campus, right? They say so many students go visit their campus. And my question was, are you giving those students names for recruitment so they can follow up with those students? You know, there's some initiatives that really need to be in place in order to be successful. So I just share this with you to kind of know that these are the metrics that Laredo College needs to achieve that growth and that success. Financial aid, something that's super important for everyone, but especially the students you serve. So RNL is a leader in higher education, and we do tons of research and data and surveys. And these are the top 9 factors of the student's decision to enroll. How many of you have students that are in college? Oh, back here. That's financial aid, right? That's the #1 reason why students choose to attend campuses. Laredo College has phenomenal financial aid, good academic reputation, and cost. It is affordable to students, but that's not being marketed. Students should know that they can come to Laredo College and be successful either in academic classroom or in the workforce. So, share a little bit of information. The most influential sources during the college search process is the college website. No shocker there, right? When I was researching Laredo College, you know, and I was looking at the financial aid webpage, and I was looking to see how much it would cost to attend Laredo College. I saw information from 2021 in a PDF. There was no information about 2022, which is an easy thing that we could fix to be more intentional, but to eliminate those barriers for students that they're facing, right? And it's an easy fix, but it's things like that that you need to do in order to make these first-generation low-income students successful here on your campus. So about financial aid, kind of, you know, analyzing the current scholarship awarding strategies to maximize the impact of enrollment. Use that as a recruitment tool. When I was talking to financial aid, a lot of their scholarships come from donor relations. That needs to be used upfront as a marketing and recruitment tool. The fact that not a lot of students pay to come to Laredo College and won't take out a loan is unheard of in higher education, and you need to be maximizing that potential. Utilize various channels of communication. There is very limited, i.e. none, outreach beyond the award letter that's sent to a student. I'm a first-generation college student. My parents didn't go to college. I went to the University of Incarnate Word. I'm still paying back student loans. I didn't understand that process, and so many students don't, neither do their parents. There also needs to be coordination with the admissions and recruitment office so they understand the award letter and can talk to parents and students about this. They need to know what they're getting into. You know, when I asked how they sent the award letter, it's via text and they have to click on a link and then look up the award letter. How many students do you think understand what that means? So just some things to think about. Invest in a robust net price calculator and utilize it as a marketing tool to enroll students. So also in my research, I Googled net price calculator for Laredo College, which is a state mandate. Every campus has to have one. It was from 2008. I put in my information from 2008. There's these little things that can be done to really maximize this. Consider a paper award letter for at least new students, along with an email notification. Use it as an opportunity to talk about the ROI and talk about affordability messaging. Keep that at the forefront. There is, again, limited outreach from financial aid, and you're not maximizing the benefits of a Laredo College education. Student success, high-level observations. There needs to be a chief retention officer. When I asked the question, who was the chief retention officer? There was not one. Everyone needs to be aware who that is, because if there's not somebody responsible for that, then no one's accountable. The students are looking at that. Parents are looking at that. There needs to be a retention plan created and tied to key performance indicators with a data-driven approach to really utilize predictive measures to help with interventions of students dropping out and leaving. That needs to be a forefront. Make advising a positive experience for students and eliminate those barriers. I heard so many times that students are ping-pong back and forth from an advisor to faculty to different individuals. That should not happen. If a student is coming and visiting Laredo College, they're interested. Give them the information that they need and deserve. There's a strong need, and I think we've talked about this even just since being here, a strong need to create a more vibrant student life and engage students to stay on campus. You know, I know that that takes time and fundamentals. Students need to appreciate and take pride in being a Palomino. Create a robust orientation program to really include all departments on campus. I think right now, currently, the orientation is, they offer them 2 times a week, and the maximum amount of students is maybe 10. Think about downsizing that to really be effective and including more offices so they get next steps and they're successful when they come here the first day of school. When they know where the buildings are, they know where they need to go if they need to take care of a balance, where they know where to go to talk about financial aid. But my favorite part of these assessments is a student focus group, because that is who really matters on the campus. So a lot of the students said that the top reason for choosing Laredo College is cost, proximity to home, specific program offerings, and it's a safe option because they don't know what to do next. Students voiced a concern that Laredo College does not have people who provide good customer service. There's a need to ensure student satisfaction with both survey data and regular focus groups, and really work to make students fans of Laredo College. And there's a need for more campus programming. So deans and faculty. So this part was very interesting because I really found the programs to be very innovative here at Laredo College. I was blown away with some of the programs you guys offer, especially in the health sciences. The fact that a student can get a 4-year degree at the price of a community college, that needs to be marketed across the state of Texas because no one else is doing that. But let me tell you something, in my home in Austin, Texas, when I searched nursing schools in Laredo, Texas, guess what came up? The University of the Incarnate Word, top search level. I did it here, when I got here to my hotel, I said, nursing campuses in Laredo, Texas, University of Texas, Arlington. So they're trying to recruit their students, so let's maximize our potential because these are great programs. Homeland Security, there's so many, economic development, there's so many wonderful programs that you guys have. So I think that one of the things that needs to happen is to improve the value proposition and selling points for each academic program and have that displayed with alumni outcomes on the website. Really use that as a recruitment tool and a selling tool for the students. And then develop a process to identify and research what new programs to bring to market and which ones need to be considered for observation. and then create data reports to share with teams and faculty in order to inform them about the recruitment and retention process. When I asked them their role in recruitment and retention, they said, well, we don't really get reports. Sometimes we know if we're up and we know if we're down because we'll hear it, but they need to be invested in on too, because it's everyone's responsibility to recruit, enroll, and graduate these students. So how can we help? And I'm going to stop right there. Does anybody have any questions before I go into how can we help?
Does anybody have any questions?
No?
No.
Okay. So how can we help? RNL offers state-of-the-art recruitment and retention consulting. We also offer strategic enrollment planning because it's going to be essential and vital to the growth of Laredo College. And I'm going to be very honest with you. Coming in here, I thought Laredo College needs strategic enrollment planning. Like that's what they need. The fundamentals are not in place to get that done. There's no data. There's not clean data. And you really need these fundamentals in order to be successful. So you need someone to come in and help with recruitment and retention and getting everything aligned to be successful. CRM implementation, we talked about the CRM. The need for a customer relationship management tool to get away from these Excel spreadsheets and really create dashboards that allow student or faculty, employees, staff to really understand what's going on. Have some student satisfaction surveys. And not only just have the surveys, analyze them and do something about it. That's phase one. We're proposing to work with Laredo College to do that for the first year. It's going to be an aggressive first year, but I think we'd all agree with Madam President, Dr. Ramirez, she is aggressive. Phase two. Sorry. Phase two, market research. To create some enrollment projection models based on data and the market research. In doing one of these things at TMU, these opportunity assessments and Laredo College, you guys have some real potential to give them a run for their money. But you got to invest in these key resources in order to be successful first. Search engine optimization, what I talked about, of making nursing come up, nursing schools in Laredo College #1 for price, for value, signing bonuses once you graduate. That's phenomenal. Think about your first generation low-income students. I mean, that's huge. Then taking it a step further into Class Optimizer, which really focuses on advanced financial aid solution, where there's a methodology that really says, okay, this is the amount of students that are going to get grants, scholarships, award, and aid. Invest in a true cost calculator, but also personalized financial aid videos in English and Spanish, where it will say, congratulations on being accepted to Laredo College. This is your award letter. And then also indicating the student retention predictor, so you can use data based on financial aid, intervention, and tools that can really help the retention area be successful. And then phase three, once you get these things in place, really looking at student search and engagement to try to really attract them earlier on in the pipeline, attracting their parents. You shouldn't be getting them senior year. You should be working with them sophomore and junior year. The freshmen, even at that, 8th grade, there's so many things. It gets pushed back every year. Pandemic doesn't help things. So those are some ways that RNL can help. So I wanted to give some timelines from the board. We talked about the aggressive schedule that we have. If the contract signed in August, RNL wants to identify a recruitment and retention consultant specifically designed to Laredo College that has national community college experience. They can really be an expert at taking Laredo College to the next level. September through December, this will be RNL and recruitment and retention consultant visits to really maximize the class of 2023, right, and beyond. Begin to create a recruitment and retention plan. So at the conclusion of those visits, they will have those 2 plans in place. Launch student satisfaction surveys to current Laredo College students. We can't forget about the current students. You got to make sure you're investing in them also. But also consulting with RNL student success directors to review and analyze findings and tie it to key performance indicators. Then CRM implementation, begin a CRM implementation and integrate that with Banner, the student information system. The CRM is not going to be any good if it's not tied to Banner. And then July through January, now this is aggressive, but start the strategic enrollment planning process which will include 8 two-day visits over the course of the project. At the end, you will have a 5-year strategic enrollment plan customized for Laredo College with the buy-in from Laredo College personnel. The way these strategic enrollment planning processes, they're essential. I'm going to tell you, Alumni College did one 5 years ago, and they're winning all types of awards because of this. But what they did is they had to really strategize and focus on what were the important indicators that they needed to get to the next level. Right. So those are some of the innovative things that we think that Laredo College needs in order to be successful.
Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Based on the dollar figures that you presented here in rounding it up, you're looking at $300,000.
Yes, roughly.
Where would the funding come from if that is going to be the case for this board to consider?
Absolutely. I will defer to
Mr. Vela and I have been working on this already, and so Mr. Vela has identified that we still have some of the HERF money that needs to be spent on bringing students back to campus. As you recall, that HERF money is divided between what needs to be spent on students and what needs to be spent on directly to students and what needs to be spent on bringing students back. And so we still have available money to support this program. Am I correct, Mr. Vela?
That is correct.
So basically, the funds are already available.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
I want to say that wonderful work. I mean, it's great. But I also want to give kudos to Dr. Ramirez for bringing this. And I don't see it as a disappointing opportunity. I see it as an opportunity. I'm not disappointed. I'm actually enlightened because I would, and I spoke to the employees that participated in the Student Success Committee. I see this as a wonderful opportunity for us to grow. And I'll say it again for the record. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and do whatever it takes to participate in this type of revamping, so to speak, and bringing us up into the light and letting others know. I know Laredo College is a great college. I want others to know as well. And so I think, we have a wonderful opportunity. I'm not cheerleading for anybody right now, but what I am cheerleading for is just for the prospect that we can have a brighter future and we can just learn more things. I mean, there's going to be some changes and we can review them and see them for what they're worth and move forward from there. And again, once again, I commend you for having the opportunity to bring, the organization to come in and do the evaluation. If it wasn't now, it could be later, but you decided to do it now. So we tasked you with that important job, which is enrollment. And so I just want to tell you thank you. And I want to tell everybody that I'm ready. And I know the rest of my colleagues are as well.
Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
Thank you. Yes, echoing a lot of the same sentiments that Ms. Ramos is saying. You present something and it's kind of shocking, we sit here and this is not trying to point fingers at who's doing something wrong, by no means, because I think we should start, if we're gonna point fingers, we should start with ourselves as the board, if we would do that, but I'm not willing to do that even with anybody, not even ourselves. I think that we should come together as a group, and as a group, as the board, and all the way to our employees, to be able to say, you know what, like Ms. Ramos says, let's roll up our sleeves, let's see what we need to do to make it better. Now, I think this is a great component to be able to help you as an employee or as a board to be able to how can we make ourselves better. I'll give an example. Us at the school district, I work for the school district. We were selected by the state to be in a program called Hold Work, and it wasn't a bad thing. It was just we were selected by the state to be a school district, and we had representatives come in and show us, what we could
be better in, and that just is another feather that we could put in our hats that you could put as a reference, in your resume to make yourself, you know what, I've also learned this. I transitioned into this. I did this for 10 years, and then I went ahead and I a company came in, they made us go ahead and transition either in a software or, ways to do things. So it's just a good thing. And I also, like Ms. Ramos says, we have to take this, not in a bad way, but just in a way of like, let's work together, and I love the presentation. I love the fact that we could use that money that we currently have available. And I do believe, like Dr. Ramirez said, that was the reason for that money that was sent off by the state, So we should put it to good use, and we should put it to good use for our staff to be able to say, well, we're bringing this elements to be able to help you. So I applaud the board. I applaud Dr. Ramirez for bringing this, and I hope the staff, comes together as a group and sees this as an opportunity. So.
Thank you. And I think that one thing I will say is the fact that it's coming from the top is going to really change and really change the paradigm of the campus, because it takes your leadership to really roll up your sleeves and say, okay, how can we change, right? I will say everybody that I met with was super, they knew that the change needed to be made. They didn't necessarily know that it was in their area, but there was a lot of interest of wanting to do better. Now it's just getting everybody to collaborate and be intentional on the students you serve. So yeah, thank you. And one thing I will add is, as you know, Dr. Ramirez is very tenacious. And so we did this free of charge for Laredo College also. So that is something that we wanted to make sure that we support her and the students of Laredo College. Being a first gen from Texas, I want to make sure that you guys are doing great work. I mean, I was astounded when I was here talking to these workforce programs, the opportunity you guys have. It's phenomenal.
Yes.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Villa.
I've been asking for this for years.
Thank you.
I sounded, and I really did. I sounded like a broken record over and over. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Anita.
Yes. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Carranza and then Ms. Martin.
This work done, all the college have just gone, this project, or it's something there. It's something that you just, a program that was put together by a group of people.
Oh, they're throughout the nation. So
no, I understand that. So have you seen it somewhere?
Alumni colleges.
Like which?
The whole system, the district.
Okay. How is it? How have they progressed?
They won.
Just tell me.
No. So what it did is they eliminated the silos from the 5 different colleges, and they allowed them to really form and work as a district. So with Alamo, it's a little bit different, right? They have 5 different colleges, and they have the community college district. So with the strategic enrollment planning, what they did is they organized somebody to be in charge of enrollment and student services at the district level. So what it did is it's having Northeast Lakeview, Northwest Vista, San Antonio College, St. Phillips, all work together for the good of the student work.
So if I may, Madam Chair, their Vice Chancellor, Robert Vela, Dr. Robert Vela, who was one of the initiators of bringing no levels to the Alamo colleges, when they brought him in 5 years ago, right? Their enrollment was declining about at a 17% rate annually. And when they brought no levels in, even through the pandemic, their enrollment didn't decline at the rate that everybody else's did because of some of the things that they did with the support of no levels. And now, by the way, Dr. Robert Vela is now the new president of Texas A&M Kingsville because of the successes that they faced at Alamo colleges. And so I think that the kind of support that no levels brings to academia with their experiences, with their experience in both the 2-year and 4-year institutions. I think we're at a point where we need that kind of expertise to help us continue to grow for the next 75 years, I hope. So, I don't know if that answers your question.
No, I know about the Alamo down there in San Antonio, because I had some people down there too. And I know they had a hell of a time trying to get it together. And they put some type of a program, that's why I was bringing it up.
The Alamo
You have
House?
seen it happen.
Yeah.
I know that it worked in San Antonio to an extent. Not completely, but it worked pretty decent, maybe 80%. But other than that, how would this be us over here? That's what I was looking at. Don't think I wasn't paying attention. So far, I see a lot. And yet we say we have the money, but what if we don't have the money after that? What happens if it runs out?
Well, I think with the strategic enrollment plan is it gives you a 5-year plan to implement growth and success and increase retention. Yeah. But and I think that's what the data is going to show, right? I think that's why it's going to be so important to evaluate the data.
They got about 80% out of it. Something. Yeah.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know this was presented as an information item. Now, for this board to take action, this is a legal question. Is it possible for us to take action even though it is so?
No. We'll add that, we would have to bring it back in another action item.
Put it as an action item.
Yes.
Okay.
We can vote on it.
Let me make this certainly quite impressive. Let me also make this observation that, and we have to compliment the committee. Just this past year, so to speak, or this year, we were recently approved for accreditation, not for 5 years, but for 8 years. And thanks to the chair and the committee that were involved. And basically, it's because of the tremendous amount of homework that their committee did. The committee that came in to review and go over for reaccreditation were so impressed with what they went through, to the point that they even said they specifically looked for a negative and they were not able to find it. That is the impact that this committee was able to come through for the college, and in turn made a tremendous impact with the accreditation team. And at that time, they said, normally we recommend a 5-year reaccreditation. In this case, we are recommending an 8-year reaccreditation. So basically, again, thanks to that particular committee. Now, in this presentation that you just have done, for us to now initiate additional promotion of our programs and basically come up with what is being recommended, I certainly do compliment you on this presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Mares.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, kudos all around, and I want to say to Ms. Vela, it was worth the wait, right? All that energy, and as we always at our board meeting stress the importance of recruitment and student retention. I just wanted to make a comment. Certainly, again, this is a wonderful project, and I too commend Dr. Minita Ramirez and for the division, and our presenter here tonight, who did a fabulous job with all the pointers. I just want to say, I think we're at a juncture in the life of and history of Laredo College. Certainly 75 years later, we have grown by leaps and bounds in certain years when the opportunity was there in the economy. We grew, and I think we went through some growing pains. But I think we just grew so much that all of a sudden everybody just kind of stepped back, with COVID or whatever the reason was. And then we all maybe have become a little bit too complacent. I mean, we have student success, reports about our students in the high schools and recruiting dual enrollments, et cetera. But I think a very basic and core issue here that is important to this board is bringing those students back. As Ms. Vela has said time and time again, we need to bring all our students back to the campus. Let them see the richness of this institution. But as you pointed out, in your presentation, there's got to be good customer service. Because yes, as a board, sometimes those complaints fall on us and we get the phone calls and stuff. And so, yes, I'm very glad to see that as somebody said, I think it was Ms. Ramos, and I also echo her sentiments that these are, challenges, but at the same time, very good opportunities. And I think we all should embrace, a project of this nature, because I think we all need to get on the boat and we all need to be rowing together so that we can have continued success for this institution. So again, thank you, Dr. Ramirez, thank you, board, thank you, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you all. I
Ms.
appreciate your time.
Peters, coming with 40 years of customer service, that's my number one in my book.
Absolutely.
And I've been preaching that a lot, that, and you saw it, you found it. So we're all looking forward to it. I did everything that everybody has already said here, that we will be working with Dr. Ramirez and our whole faculty, staff, and everybody.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you for the
appreciate it.
presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The next item is 9B, discuss retaining external evaluator for the Laredo College Alumni and Friends Association and donor relations.
Yes, Madam Chair, just an FYI for the board, we're, just like we did with enrollment management, we are retaining the assistance of Alamo Consultants LLC from San Antonio to come in and do an overview of our donor relations and alumni relations office. And we're, I'm working with them on a possible contract to come in and do some work for us and work with Dr. Diana Ortiz and her staff to try to help us align some of our procedures and our outputs, intakes and outputs, right? In donor relations and alumni relations. And that's part of this, aligning of services so that we can transition students from graduates or our regular students into alumni so that we can quickly start to continue to grow and develop not only the Alumni Association, but our giving, our campus giving. And so that hopefully we'll get that done. We won't need your approval. It's a small minor contract, but I wanted you all to know that we are also working in that arena. Okay. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 9C, Student Success Committee Update, Ms. Cynthia Mares.
Madam Chair, I yield to my colleagues who were kind enough and gracious enough to run the meeting for me in my absence as I couldn't attend. So either you, Madam President, or Ms. Ramos or Ms. Elizondo. Thank you.
So we did have our Student Success Committee update. It was very informative. As a matter of fact, we had a little more extensive presentation on the Ruffalo Noel Levitt's presentation. So we were giving a little bit more information on the Success Committee. Dr. Ramirez, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, Madam Chair, I think that's good. I think the general overview that we received tonight, that's the tone.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The next item is 9D, inform Laredo College Board of Trustees regarding invitation to attend Association of Community College Trustees ACCT Leadership Congress to be held in October 24th through the 29th, 2022 in New York City, New York. Ms. Jackie Levin Ramos.
Hello, colleagues, fellow board members, I come before you to inform you that I have been invited to attend the Association of Community College Trustees ACCT Leadership Congress. And yes, it is in New York City, but that doesn't make a difference because the Congress is selected for that particular date. And what they're asking myself to participate in, because I was invited, is to be on a panel to discuss executive searches. So they've invited me to attend, and so I'm hoping that I'll be graciously accepted. I know that it's not something that the board needs to vote on, but I did want to inform the board and invite others from the board if they would like to attend the ACCT Congress, it's a wonderful opportunity to learn and network and find others, other information. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Yes, Ms. Ramos, I mean, you're paying for it or the college is paying for it?
The
You're
college-
inviting
it's-
everybody, you know, that's why.
No, it's a ACCT Congress, it's a conference.
And. Okay, don't give me that.
It's a trustee
You
conference.
don't take me there. Okay, all I'm saying is, who's paying for this thing?
It comes from the expenses and support
Okay,
for the
so
whole.
what is our budget? I had never asked who has a budget for the board.
I believe, Dr. Ramirez is working on the budget
No,
for
no.
this coming year. And we haven't had one
Well, I
yet.
said, who has a budget? I've been here now, what,
Mr. Lim.
6 going away? I have never had any problems. I've gone to a couple of seminars and of course, you know, you pay up first and then you collect. That's the way it is, you know, anywhere. So, but I never asked, you know, what is the budget? Who has the budget? I mean, you know, how many times can you ask to go to a seminar? Because we're nine people here.
Chair
I
recognizes
think
Mr. Rello.
to have a chance to go at least to one seminar.
Correct.
Even your 6-year tenure here.
Yeah.
It is one. You make it to 2, well, great. But you cannot be asking or saying for a seminar just because you say, oh, I like this, I like to attend this. No, you gotta give people, I'm not talking about you. People need the opportunity also to attend certain seminars and to see what's going on out there.
Exactly.
Now, this is a 4-day seminar. This is a very expensive seminar.
But it's not 4 days that I'm going.
I mean,
It's actually going 2 days, so
2 days in New York?
2 days, but just 2 days. It's not a 4-day thing. So
Yeah.
I also have to take into account my job. So I have
Well, I'm
to.
sure they'll pay you because that's part of the thing. You know,
I
we belong to
understand.
this type of,
But it is a conference that's supported for us.
I know that district LISD is really good about paying,
So can I have Mr. Rello report to us?
you know.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rello.
Thank you, Madam President. Cesar Vela, VP of Finance for the record. Right now, the estimated budget for next year for Board of Trustee travel is estimated at 8,000 for next year.
How much?
8,000.
8,000?
Yes.
8,000?
For fiscal year 2023.
So that means excuse me, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Those $8,000, is that enough?
Thank you.
Let's say all of a sudden, all of us were to go.
No, that would not be enough but for one person, right now, the estimated total for that trip would be 4,918.
Only for one.
How much?
So that means that basically, the members of this board are limited only to a limited dollar figure, basically.
That is right now the estimated budget for next fiscal year. Again, budget will be approved at the end of the fiscal year, at the end of August. Again, if we do identify that there's a need to increase funding, obviously we could transfer funds from other available sources to be able to accommodate those requests.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Yes, Mr. Vela, you know, so who makes up their mind like in this one, $8,000? You know, 8,000 doesn't carry you very far. I mean, 8,000 when I go out, I mean, it's.
I'm sorry. The budget is determined based on identified training. So there are estimated costs. Again, as we look at the available trainings or upcoming trainings that may come up, like I mentioned, although we have set aside a budget, we can always look at making the appropriate transfers to make sure that those trainings are covered.
I know what you're saying, I hear you. But to leave Laredo in a seminar, you know, you're gonna go by plane. This little plane here is not cheap. It's not cheap at all. And when you connect, by the time you finish paying for your trip, you pay twice what other people like in San Antonio pay to go to New York. They can go one straight through. We have to bounce around. And still, it's very expensive. So that's why when you say 8,000, I mean, you know, that's not even to pick your teeth. Okay.
Chair recognizes, Chair recognizes Dr. Tijerina.
Marisa Tijerina, Provost Vice President of Academic Affairs. I'll take responsibility for the input of the budget for the president's office, and I put it in the module. And what I did is I based it on trends of what was expensed by the board, and it was never over $6,000. So we added the 8,000 for the inflation, but because a lot of the seminars that you all attended last year, Ms. Mares, Ms. Ramos, and Mr. Rangel, the lodging, everything was supported by the Texas Success Center or THCB. So a lot of the travel that you all do as Board of Trustees is paid for. So I base it off of trends from, 3 to 5 years. And but Mr. Vela's correct. If we come to a point where more monies are needed, there's funds that can be transferred.
I understand what you said, but still, you went back and you put forward, back there was very inexpensive. But it's here now, it's very expensive.
Well, Dr. Carranza, does everybody want to go to the ACCP training? We're talking about this seminar. Everybody want to go?
To this one?
Yes. That's what we're discussing.
None of this you come up and say.
Well, you got something in the blog. You got something in the mail.
If new board members want to go, you're the press, you should get more information than that.
Well, I got something in the mail for it, and I think all of us should have. But I'm gonna move on and use,
I just wanted to clear that.
Motion to approve.
No, there's no motion.
I know, I'm joking.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
And for the record, Mr. Vela, I do want to make sure. I do not spend $4,000 on the trip. I just want to let you know, even though the conference starts on the 24th to the 29th, I'm not directly this to you, but what I'm saying is I'm very frugal. And what I do is I make sure that the airfare is appropriate. If it's going to be more than $400 for airfare, I don't go. I cancel the trip. The hotel, if the hotel is more than a certain amount of money, then I don't go. And I do not take all the entire 3 or 4 days because I have to take time off from work. So instead of starting on the 24th, the panel is on the 29th. So that's the last day. So I'll go Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So it's 2 days. So I just don't want anybody to have a misconception that I'm running away with $4,000 and I'm going to New York City, because what I go for is I go for the workshops, the sessions, and I also go for the panel that I've been invited to. And the other thing is we are all invited to this Congress. This is a conference for the Association of Community College Trustees, and we get invitations on a monthly basis. Those of us that feel that we need to attend, then we should bring it to the board and let the board know that we are, because it's already been approved. This is a conference that's been approved by all of us. So I just want to make sure that's for the record. I'm one of the most frugal people that you can contend with, and Elizabeth is my witness that I will go down to the last penny, and sometimes I'll even use my own points to stay at a hotel.
New York is New York. You get there, you find out.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna move forward. So 9E is Laredo College President Offices and discussions with PNC regarding the possibility of relocating historical markers and statue of David B. Barkley Cantu to the Laredo College Private David B. Barkley Cantu Memorial Chapel. Dr. Benita Ramirez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just wanted to bring this forward. We are working through, it was brought to us or brought to me by Ms. Millie Slaughter, who had a conversation with Ms. Susana Valencia from PNC. And the idea was that the statue, and if anybody's interested, I have some photographs here, I can share them with you. These memorial the memorial statue and the plaques that are located at the PNC Bank, what used to be the old, I guess, LMB drive-through bank, they're all there, and it's not really accessible to the public for people to see. They are of our namesake of our chapel, and so the idea that Ms. Lauder had was, why would we not bring that and put them in front of our chapel where they probably should reside, considering that this is the beginning of, yes, as Fort McIntosh, where they should be. I think they've agreed that everybody agrees that they should be here. Ms. Valencia has put it up the chain of command with PNC Bank. We have a meeting with her tomorrow to finalize details, and I believe they've secured the resources to move them to our campus. We have to decide where things are going to go, but they've secured the resources to take them down and then relocate them and put them back up on the college campus. And so just for information, I think this is a wonderful thing for us as we, continue to acknowledge and memorialize our history. Yeah.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ranghead.
This is great. I think it's a very good thing. Can they also relocate the pole and the flag? That would be great. That would.
I didn't ask for that one.
You should. You should ask. How about the pole and the flag? I think it would be great. It doesn't hurt to ask.
Beautiful benches that they have around. Gorgeous benches. Beautiful benches.
I mean, would it come?
Chair recognizes, I don't know.
I mean,
Dr. Carranza.
No, I think it'll be great. Since it's a veteran, I think it'll be great. To have him up there. You thought I was going to say theoretical here. No, it's good. I read up on him, and he did an excellent job. But it just what happens, you never know when your number's up, and that's the way we talk. The thing is that it'll be good for the college.
We're going to try to move forward. Ideally, we would love to have them here on campus and have some sort of dedication on Veterans Day. And so we're going to work towards that goal.
Good job.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
I think in regards to that event that occurs, the memorialization and the moving of it, I think it would be best to invite several of the members that dedicated these statues originally, especially from the city and the Laredo Veterans Coalition as well, just as a thought.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Next item is 9F, information on Laredo College Board of Trustees elections. Dr. Veronica Martinez.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Madam President, and attendees and guests. I'd like to provide you just an update on the elections process and answer some of the questions that you had from the previous board meeting. Dr. Veronica Martinez, for the record, is capacity of as elections officer. Before you, I did place a handout, just a couple of pages with information relevant to the upcoming elections. So the first page has a listing of all the important dates of what is coming up. The first day to file actually started this Monday, July 25th. We do have one application already submitted this week. We've had some interested persons that have called, and one of them has come by for an application as well. So the process is moving along. The last day to file is August 22nd by 5 p.m. The early voting dates are listed on the sheet, but they will begin October 24th and run through November 4th. We will have the mobile unit at both campuses. The main campus will host the unit from the October 24th to the 28th, and the South Campus will host it from October 31st to November the 4th. Election day is on November the 8th, and two important days to remember, and I included them here as part of the reporting.
the campaign finance reports. There are two due, and one of them is due the 30 days before the election, which would be October 7th, and 8 days before the election, which would be October 31st. So those are key dates to remember for the upcoming election. On the next page, I outlined responses to the questions posed on the July 6th board meeting that I wasn't able to attend. But one of the main ones was the question on the cost comparison. I did meet with the elections office, and they did provide me a breakdown of what each entity pays for the election. The ones that pay the most, of course, are us and the city of Laredo. The logic for that is that we use all of the precincts. So there are 78 precincts, so it's a citywide election, and we share the cost of $81,425.31 each. The rest of the entities that are participating in this year's election in November are Laredo Independent School District with a cost of $25,143.64. United Independent School District, just a little bit higher with $26,185.89. Webb County Independent School District, a cost of $2,214.07, and then both City of Rio Bravo and City of El Cenizo each have a cost of $1,171.82. But the main reason for the cost for the college is that we do employ all of the precincts. So there was a total of 78 precincts that we use. Another question arose on the guidelines for candidates regarding political advertising. So when a candidate is interested in running, they visit my office and they are provided two things, and I also sit with them and go through the documents. So the first thing they get is a packet with the application. I'm also providing them this magazine that we have that shows all of our programs and our history and so forth. And I do go over that with them so that they know about the college. We talk about some of the historical aspects, but also some of the new things that are coming up for the college. So to get them excited about what's happening at the college. And then one of the main things that I give them is this booklet, which is massive, like 600 pages. But and you have on your document, the last page is actually the table of contents. And all of these items are included in this booklet. But key in here, to answer the question that was asked about political advertising, on section 7, there is a specific area that talks about political advertising. So that's where we go through this guidebook. I point out specific items that are important for them to know and deadlines and so forth. But I also talk to them about the guidelines that we have for use of our logos, use of our colors, use of our alumino and our seal. And I refer them to, I do not give this to them, but I refer them to our institutional identity guidelines, because this one, compiled by Mr. Obed and his team, has the specific colors that we use, the specific seal, alumino, and our logos. So I do show them that to make sure that they do not replicate any of that in their political advertising. And I have had questions about, so I can't use green? I mean, is it even legal to tell me that I can't use a particular color? And we're not telling them not to use the color green, but not to use these colors, and not to use a combination of colors. And so we do go over that. So by the time they leave my office with the application, they already know all of the elements that they need to complete and the guidelines that they need to meet. And I'm always available for them if they have additional questions or they want to show us. And our marketing department is also available if they want to show us their political ad before they get them printed and have that expense. And so we help them in that sense. The other thing is that the other question that arose was the discussion of the runoff process. And that one, we would need to have further review and discussion on that after the election process that we are currently under. But that definitely is something that I will conduct a comparison of other peer institutions and the school districts and see. I know the school districts do not have runoff, so I will meet with their respective election officer And then I will get you information on that. When the time is right, we can discuss that as well.
So technically on the runoff, anybody can win with 50% plus one vote. That's it.
That's it. So for this election, we are bound to the runoff process. I looked at the last thing on this guidebook is our policy. It's a BBB legal, and that policy does have a section on runoff elections. So if we were to discuss in the future about changing that, we would have to.
Sorry.
We would have to modify the policy as well.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
Dr. Martinez, there was yesterday in the news, there was some discussion of the incorporation or consolidation of different precincts. And the application that the Elections Administration has done so that they can utilize sort of a universal, vote wherever you're at, right? So is that still pending, and would that affect the amount that we have already approved? So will it be less, or are we talking about maybe considering that they might add more employees to work those different sites, during the election day? And also, well, the early voting, it's already said and done with all the different areas, right? But for the precincts of that day, there's been a consolidation of less precincts. Now there's less precincts, but now they're talking about utilizing those particular precincts and closing some of them up, and also bringing some of the universal sort of election or voting, where you no longer have to go to your own precinct. If you're living in the area or you're working in the area, you can just go vote to that polling site.
Correct. I did attend a meeting at the elections office on Monday, and they had representatives from all entities to propose that before they went before Commissioner's Court. And what they're looking forward to what may come down in the next legislative session is that the state may ask the elections office to limit the use of schools because of security reasons and so forth. So that may be coming down in a couple of years, or maybe by the following election process. So what they're proposing is, and then the other option or issue that they've seen is many people wait until election day to vote. And sometimes where you work or where you are, you cannot get to your assigned precinct in time. And so they've been looking at that. There's other counties that have already moved in that direction. So Mr. Castillo proposed that to Commissioner's Court of identifying 4 what they would call polling places, and that would serve similar to what early voting serves right now. So you could go vote there even if it's not your precinct. So they approved that. They have not identified the 4 sites yet. However, the reduction of the polling sites that we have right now has not been yet decided. They are by law allowed to limit 35% of the precincts we have right now. And the discussion was, for example, in the area of Tarver Elementary, we also have Sanchez Ochoa, which is not that far as a precinct, and then we have Jose Gallego Elementary. So there's 3 schools pretty in close proximity. So they were looking at options. So Tarver Elementary is on the same block per se as Margarito Benavides is a rec center that belongs to the city. So that would be an option, eliminating Tarver as a precinct and moving it. So that's what they're looking at. And they were looking at the whole map of Laredo. They were getting input from the UISD and LISD officers. And so that's still in discussion. But the approval was for the countywide polling places. They have not identified that. One of the places they mentioned was the fire station on Belmont, because that is a popular early voting place. So that might be one of the options. But that's they're moving forward for efficiency, but also looking at possible security issues that may be coming down in the next legislative session.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for all of your work.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez.
Sure.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Just FYI, the 3 positions that become available are the ones that right now are being held by Dr. Carranza, by Ms. Madison, by myself.
Correct.
At the present time.
Correct.
Correct. the applicant, the application that we received is, for phase 2. The one that applied right now. So we only have one applicant, but we have like 3 more weeks to release the application.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Martinez.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Next item is 9G, update on the ceramic studio in the Visual and Performing Arts Building, room 134, named after Mr. Dale Short. Dr. Maricela Rodriguez Tijerina.
Maricela Rodriguez Tijerina, Provost Vice President of Academic Affairs. I wanted to follow up on last month, the veteran Ernesto Sanchez came to the board to ask about the VPA. I recall that on December 17, 2019, to be exact, Dr. Horacio Salinas and myself brought this to the board, and it was approved. Mr. Delgado moved to approve it, and Ms. Levin Ramos seconded the motion, and it carried. So definitely, we were in the process of the design, and as we all know, in 2020, when we were working with companies on getting quotes, obviously we know the obvious. But in the minutes, we also declared that we would establish a scholarship foundation, and I'm proud to say that we do have the Dale Short scholarship account, and we are leaving his legacy. If you go into the Visual and Performance Department office, on the showcase, there's a lot of ceramics that still remain of what he did in class as well. And we sell it to the public, and whatever profits are made or whatever we make out of the ceramics, it goes into this account. But we certainly ask for others to donate. It is called the Dale Short Scholarship Account. It's used for art majors, visual art majors. And we are continuing to look into now a more updated plaque. We are in communication with his wife, who will proudly come whenever we do the memorial service. So whenever we establish that, I'll certainly bring it back to the board, so that way we all know when that event will occur. But he's definitely not forgotten.
Okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Ramos. Oh.
Will Mr. Sanchez be advised?
Yes.
Notify
Yes.
that we have already done that, so that he can rest assured that, he can.
Yes. We can go ahead and reach out to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Next item is 9H, presentation of student handbooks for transportation technology. Dr. Maricela Rodriguez Tijerina.
Yes, Maricela Rodriguez Tijerina, I wanted to add that last month we failed to add the technology transportation handbooks, but they do exist. Those are programs that were not eliminated. So the 3 handbooks that are in the packet are the automotive collision, automotive technology, and diesel technology. So there are new handbooks, not new programs, obviously, but new handbooks that we will be launching with the incoming cohort.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 9I, presentation and discussion of the external review of the Information Technology Department by Illusion, Mr. Albert Chavez.
Good evening, members of the board, board president, college president, administration, and guests. My name is Albert Chavez. I'm the Senior Director of Information Technology. And to my right, I have Robin Stutz from Illusion, who I'll let her introduce herself in a couple of moments. But I wanted to share with you some information regarding an assessment that was done November of last year. When I started at Laredo College in December of last year, 2021, I started evaluating the different systems that we have on campus to get an idea of where we stand as an organization, in which areas we can make some improvements on. I reached out to Robin, who is our account executive from Illusion, and Illusion Manufacturer is the developer of our banner information system. And in my communication with her, they had a program called the Strategic Alignment Assessment, which was a free service that Illusion started offering to colleges and universities. In this particular assessment, they come down and meet with the organization, look at your different functional areas that are using the system, and then provide you some feedback. In this particular institution, the areas that use banner in student services, registration, financial aid, advising, also finance, our finance folk, Mr. Vela, and his division use student information, the banner system, human resources as part of the information system, and also the academics in general, faculty, provost office and so forth. So it was a 2-day engagement, and Ms. Robin and her team came down and they interviewed the different departments. At this point, I will let her introduce herself and show you some of the findings from that assessment. On your board packet, you have a more detailed version of the presentation that she's going to do. And then towards the end, I'll make some remarks and open it up for questions. Ms. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Thank you all for having us here tonight. And my name is Robin Stubbs. I'm the account executive from Aleutian, as Albert said, and I've been supporting the school for about 4 years, along with other institutions in the state of Texas and Oklahoma. So I have about 40 slides that I'd like to go through tonight. No, I'm kidding.
Hey.
Motion to adjourn.
Not yet, Ms. Bella. Oh, Ms. Mattis, sorry.
Actually, as Albert said, this is kind of a summary version of what's in your packet already. So I won't rehash the whole thing for you, but just wanted to give you some highlights of what we found. We were on site for 2 days. We also did an electronic survey and did meet with all the functional areas of the college, HR, finance, financial aid, all students included. Several of you in this room participated. Actually, one of the students that was here earlier participated. So it was very informative, and we put together not only the presentation, but also a report that's available as well. And basically what we found is that Laredo College implemented banner in around 1994. Some of you may have been attending school here at that time. I don't know, but over the course of time, what has happened is that the college has seen a gap and underutilization of the system, and that gap has grown over time because there has been just a lack of updating the banner system in some cases. There's been a lot of current functionality that is not being utilized, but that you're paying for today. And then in addition, a lack of training for the various areas. So what that has created is basically this big gap in underutilization. It's also created a problem with people keeping data outside the system. And what that means is what Ms. Bruce pointed out earlier, that you can't get good information for reporting because everybody has their own spreadsheet. And also, it's hard to provide good customer service when you're doing things manually. It's not efficient, it's prone to error, and it's not going to scale as the college continues to grow. And then we also found that the current on-premise environment that you keep banner in needs to be improved from a disaster recovery and business continuity perspective. So this is, especially I think concerning given the surge in ransomware attacks and security issues that colleges are being targeted with across the nation. So those are some of the findings. And again, there's more detail in your packets. What we are recommending is that, given the findings, that that Laredo College look at moving and upgrading their banner system to our banner software as a service technology in the cloud. And what that is going to allow you to do, because the Aleutian Cloud is in the Amazon Web Services data center, AWS is the #1 cloud provider in the world. And the environment is then managed by Aleutian Cloud professionals. Because one of the other challenges that we found in the past is that the IT department may be small and mighty, but they just don't have time to keep up with the complexities of just keeping the system running. as well as have time to work with the functional areas to work on strategic projects and programs. They can do, you know, basically a little bit of one or a little bit of the other, but they don't have time to do all of both. So this would allow OCN to take on the management of the system for you so that your IT staff can spend time working with the functional areas on these new projects and programs that are student focused. So as the slide shows, today they're spending a lot of time on system management, not so much on strategic initiatives. What we're saying is we recommend you flip that by letting us manage the system so that your IT folks can spend time rolling out these programs that will benefit you all, you know, in the college. In addition, it's going to be in the AWS environment, which from a security perspective is going to greatly enhance your security and your business continuity. So you will also get the added benefit of that as well. I think the bigger things, benefits that we also see is that this gives you a long-term scalable solution that's going to address resource constraints as well, because it's very difficult for the IT department to hire people and keep people today, not just the IT department, but you're probably seeing it across the board in different functional areas, because it's very hard for the college or any college to compete with corporate salaries. And now that students can live or folks can live, not just students, but now that folks can live wherever and work remotely, they're not limited to just working or the salaries of the local area. You're now competing not only with corporate America and Laredo, you're competing with corporate America in San Francisco or other places. So it makes it very difficult for the school to hire and compete with that. And then, of course, it's going to de-risk the environment. We talked about the security issues. But also it's going to create efficiencies and agility for you to continue to roll out programs, because it's going to eliminate those manual efforts, and it's going to keep the data in the system so that you can all share the data, report against it, and make better, you know, decisions going forward. So I don't know if there were any questions or comments. We are actually putting together a proposal that we'll be sharing with you at the next board meeting. And the information tonight was just to share with you kind of what's coming and give you the opportunity to ask any questions.
If I may, I'm going to go back to one of the slides from Robin. So the pyramid on the left is what we in the IT world call keeping the lights on. So basically, right now, our IT staff, our primary duties is to make sure that everything is running. So whatever time is left over, we use to work with the departments to assist them and learn new functions of the system or so forth. So right now, because the system is here in this institution, and if you think about it, it's a very large system that we manage, because it's not just doing student registration, it's doing the finance, it's doing HR and so forth. So right now, my team's primary duties first is to make sure that everything is running, and then second, to support the staff in learning new functions. On the pyramid on the right, then what IT can do is switch hats and become consultants internally for the departments, learn with them new functions through trainings to Lucians and help them implement those new functions in the system. One of the other things that has happened since 1994 to today, there has been some turnover, or probably a lot of turnover. People that were involved in that implementation may or may not be here anymore. So some of that knowledge that was gained back then has been lost. And since there has not been a lot of training from then to now, the newer staff that come in are just basically following whatever steps have been left by the predecessors. So, and there has not been any, because this is a very busy environment, working in higher education with very limited staff, there hasn't been a lot of time to, read the manuals or attend trainings and so forth, to keep yourself up to date. So, yeah, go ahead. No, and then I'll wrap it up. So also when we're building up our system, and right now our systems are are 4 years old. We're in a 5-year cycle. So in the next budget, we will be asking for money to refresh our equipment. So normally when we size the equipment, we're gonna size it for peak period. So we're gonna design a large system that's gonna be able to handle registration load. And then what's gonna happen the rest of the period, we're not gonna use all of it because the system's not gonna be as busy with registration and so forth. One of the beauties of the cloud is they can upsize our system to meet the demands during peak period. And then the system will downsize automatically again to just the everyday needs. So that's another advantage. So we don't have to oversize our equipment for those month or so or 2 months of registration. So we wouldn't have to have that additional expense. And like Robin also mentioned, disaster recovery and so forth. I mean, that takes a lot of money for us to build that here internally. So the cloud economies of scale allows companies like Illusion to take on the systems, manage them in a larger environment, which we would never be able to afford here locally. And then they leave the rest to us. So basically going into the system, making sure it's working properly, assisting folks and so forth. So it's a very good opportunity. And right now we're negotiating with Robin and her team on the pricing. On your packet, the pricing is not there yet, but that's something that we're going to be finalizing very soon, and which we'll present to administration and then see what the next steps are. At this moment, we'll open it up for any questions that you may have.
Chair recognizes Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No,
Now you can speak.
I think that, speaking Dr. Ramirez, I think that we've talked about our technology. It's been a bit outdated, and I think we need to bring it up to speed, especially with the way technology is nowadays, that, it's revamping, every 6 to every year, 6 months every year is always something new is coming out. And I think that this goes very much aligned with RNL, what they're actually trying to do, which is this is a good thing to have it parallel and have them both working at the same time with whatever we're going to be implementing with the recommendation of RNL, and also with your all's recommendation of where we need to revamp or assist a little bit more, in the technology side. It works very well with their recommendation as well. So I think this is real good. I hope that, maybe hopefully if everything is, is pretty much, done on the pricing and everything, maybe have both items put together, for whenever, the RNL comes to play for approval. Hopefully maybe we could have this one as well. That way we could both have the same pricing, or not the same pricing, but at the same time. The other question that I had is, can we use her money for this? Okay, not for IT. Okay, I'm just wondering, but I mean, it didn't hurt to ask. So, but I think this is very good. I applaud you, Mr. Chavez, for bringing it.
Chair recognizes Dr. Ramirez.
And to add to that, along the financing side, aside from the fact that I've sold my soul to Illusion already, I promised them that, I'm just kidding. We, as Mr. Chavez mentioned, next year, we're gonna have to start replacing all of the infrastructure hardware. All of the servers will have to start to be replaced. I think that as we start to increase enrollment, because I know we're going to see an increase. As we start to see an increase and we start to increase the capacity of what we have, instead of expanding on the hardware, we're going to expand on the services side. The comparison that I made in my discussions with the Illusion sales team was our students went and our employees have gone from the McDonaldization of our society to our, what we call the Starbucks society. And now we're at the Amazon society. And so our Amazon society has very high expectations of our technology. And when we don't meet those demands of our constituency, we're then relegated to, yes, we done chop, right? I mean, to use slang, but the idea is how do we provide that same kind of technological support to our students and our faculty as we communicate with them? All of our classes are on Canvas, and Canvas, every classroom or every class offers a shell on our software, and whether it's face-to-face or online. And so students to access their information, whether it's through their single sign-on or their sign-on through the portal, through Passport, or whether it's the faculty getting them to sign in through Canvas, all of that has to be supported by the same foundation, which is Illusion. And that's what we need to upgrade, and that's what we need to make safer from a technology, cybersecurity kind of thing, but also faster.
Now, I'm just going to add one last thing. So 2 months ago, I attended the TCC conference and listened to a presentation from Lucian. So long term, Lucian is going to be moving their services to the cloud. So this is something that we can do now or do forcibly in the future. So the cloud is coming. We either jump on it now, or we're gonna have to be forced to jump on it once the Lucian starts decommissioning the support for the on-premise solution.
And we will be the first community college, am I correct, Robin? The first community college to actually make the move. And so we will be the showcase. Yes, sir. We will be the showcase presidents for the state of Texas.
We will be leading the way, that's correct.
Does that get us a discount?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Robin.
Mr. Thomas. The next item is.
I like it.
Need cash first.
Discount.
It's 10,
Yeah, there you go.
item number 10, executive session. For 10A, closed session discussion pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.074 with the Laredo College Attorney concerning updates on pending litigation filed against Laredo College. 10B is closed session discussion with the college president pursuant to Texas Government Code section 551.074 regarding the employment, reassignment, and duties of certain employees due to a reorganization. So at this time, I'm going to.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Rangel, I have a second by Mr. Delgado and Ms. Vela to go into executive session. The time now is 8:52, and the board will adjourn into executive session pursuant to sections 551.071, 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to discuss agendas items 10A and 10B. Thank you.
I have a motion for the second. I have a motion for the second. For the reorg.
Yeah. Whatever. This is It is 10:04. We reconvene from closed session. And the board took no action in executive session. Will take appropriate action on items if necessary, as discussed in closed session. So item 11, discussion and possible action. 11A, pending litigations filed against Laredo College. No action will be taken. 11B, employment, reassignment, and duties of certain employees due to a reorganization. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve of the personnel reorganization presented by the college president in executive session.
So I have a motion. I have a second from Mr. Rangel. Any discussion? None heard. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Number 12 is president's reports, campus police personnel, travel, and other reports.
I just have a couple of quick reminders for you all. One is we will be calling on you for a special call meeting for the budget and for some of the items we discussed tonight. So please, FYI, just stay tuned on that one. We have a job fair coming up on August the 2nd. If you're interested, we've been sending you all some information, and I'm sure we'll continue to send that to you. It will be in the Kazan Center from 2 to 6 on August the 2nd. So I hope that some of you will join us for that event. In addition, we're working on the LAR that's due to the state in the month of August. Mr. Cesar Vela, I want to recognize his efforts because putting that document together for the legislative session coming up is quite lengthy, and there's a lot of work to do on that, and we're in preliminary stages of getting that ready for submission. So I wanted you all to be aware of that. Along those lines, I did attend the TAC meeting last week. At that meeting, we had several sessions that were presented to us, but the one major focus was the upcoming legislative session and what that is going to mean for all of us. We were told that we need to look upon this session as the last session that we're ever going to have because of one, the funds that are going to be available, possibly available to us. As of the date that we met last Thursday, there were $27 billion in surplus. Of that 27 billion, approximately 13 to 14 billion were going to be set aside by the governor for the rainy day fund. And then the rest is going to be, I guess, divvied up. What's going to eat up a big chunk of the legislative session is going to be security. The security of our schools, the security of our children. And so I think that there may be some big opportunities for colleges and for all of us, for colleges, universities, and public education systems to request funding. And so we're going to stay tuned for that to upgrade some of our services. And I'm hoping that we may get some reimbursement for some of the expenditures we're already making as we update our security for this fall. The other thing that is a high probability is the restructuring of how the state funds us. Because they're looking at outcomes-based funding instead of funding us on the total number that we report at the beginning of the semesters. And as you know, the base year falls, it's summer, fall, and spring prior to the legislative session. But the numbers that we report for the biennium, we've always sent in 20th class day, 15th and 20th class day numbers, first day, 15th, and then 20th class day numbers. Now they're talking about waiting to the very end and see how many actually finish. And the retention is going to become a huge, huge effort for us. So the efforts that we're making that you heard tonight, I think are all in an effort to prepare for what's coming. Now, they've proposed this before. Outcome-based funding has been proposed before in previous sessions. And then at the end of the day, it doesn't pass. So I don't know for sure what will or won't happen, but that's something that we need to be prepared for. And we all need to be prepared for as a college, because it's going to impact all of us, our faculty, our staff, our students, the programs that we offer. How we end every semester is going to be critical. And lastly, I've shared with all of our leadership team the John Maxwell's latest book. It's called Leadership, and I've left one for you at your desk. I hope you will join us in reading this book. This is going to be the book of the semester for our leadership team as we move forward and as we take on the continuing excellence and continuing to service our community. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Thank
may
you,
I?
Dr. Ramirez. Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
Thank you, and thank you for notifying the board on the session that's going to happen. I think it's very important, and I think we need to knock on doors. We're going to have to go knock on doors of our reps and all that, because I think it's very important. We need to talk to them. We need to talk to their staff, you know, to make sure that they're in the ears of our elected officials, because it's very important. So yes, I think that we need to go up there and visit with several and just, you know, show our presence is very important. That would show just how much important or how important it is, you know, that we're not left behind. So I think it's very important. I think you should utilize a lot of us, you know, I know the judge knows so many people up there, so it's very important. So that, you know, we're also involved as elected officials. And lastly, happy belated birthday.
And just remember August 15th, our investiture and convocation.
Thank you. So, thank you, Dr. Ramirez. The next meeting dates are Saturday, August the 20th at 9 a.m. We have our board retreat. I hope all board members can attend. The next meeting will be Thursday, August 25th, 2022 at 6 p.m. That will be our regular Board of Trustees meeting, and be pending on the special board meeting that we're going to be called upon.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions?
No, ma'am. Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion by Mr. Rangel. I have a second by Mrs. Ramos. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
everyone.
everyone.
Thank you.
Everybody. Good night. Good night. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Good night. Good night. Good night.